Yippee! Yay, yay, yippee. I'm not on the screen yet. Don't worry about it. Yay! Yay, yippee, yay, yay. Also, hi Trav, hi Jupiter, hi Maddie. Yay! Yay, yay, yippee, yay. Hi Herman. Hello, Dive Snail. Little creature, yippee. The little creature's not on screen yet. I promise she'll be here in a second. True to form, I am both late to starting my stream because of OBS whoopsies. And also I'm late to actually starting shit because it took too long to self-promo. But I promise there will be little creature in a second. Ah, it's Ga. Hello, there's so many people. Like, I know I was fighting for my life trying to promote this, but damn. There's a lot of people here. The Ga. OBS crashes, whoopsies. It didn't even crash. It's been doing this thing. I'm like in talks with a council, and by a council, I mean my close good friends who know computers more than me. There's a getting my PC set up to be not a laptop. That is in the works. Anyway, I'm stalling for time because I'm still posting that I'm live places. OBS is stupid sometimes. OBS is stupid a lot of times. It's totally my laptop though. It is entirely my laptop. So yeah, I'm stalling a little bit. But in the meantime, how'd you guys like that the starting soon screen? It's pretty, right? We got new overlays. We got new really cool overlays by you know what, Trav? I'm just gonna shout you out now because that's what's going to make the most sense. Hold on. And then I'll yap about it like a lot. Anyway, Trav, aka Drag and Drop It, is the person who designed these. I'm gonna yap about these in more detail. I wrote down talking points. Like, I woke up this morning and I wrote talking points for the visual rebrand, as it were. The much less exciting thing is in my, like, the closest thing that I have to a day job. Yeah, we have live dev commentaries. This is gonna go crazy. The closest thing that I have to a day job is, thank you for following. I can't read. Crispy PGH? I hope I'm reading that right. Thank you so much for following. For the little Susato cheer. What was I saying? Yeah, the closest thing that I have to a day job is that I work in brand strategy. Play Ghost Trick! Happy birthday, Ghost Trick! Late by a few days, but happy birthday regardless. Okay, I promise I'm gonna do the like model reveal in like 2 seconds, guys. Let me just one more. I gotta tell the people on Blue Sky that I'm live. Social media. Anyway, I do brand strategy work. So a lot of it's not as exciting to tell normal internet people who don't think about this for a living. But there's a lot of components to both the visuals and how I wanted to handle promoting this stream, as well as I'm going to try. I might touch grass too much to do it, but I'm going to try and stream each day of the week. There we go. This week, to sort of like celebrate the model being swapped. I have a new cover that's coming out. There's the Capcom Direct next week where I am not expecting any Ace Attorney. I'm not expecting it, but out of solidarity, I will put the clown nose on. Just because. I do also like care about the new Resident Evil to an extent. I really want to get into the Resident Evil series. So I'm doing my part. I'm putting on the clown makeup. We are not expecting AA7. Listen, my dream game is Great Ace Attorney Investigations with playable Genshin Isogi, and that's not happening. Which is why I'm streaming the Great Ace Attorney for the 3rd time. and I will do it a fourth. All right, I think I've told all the social media people that I'm live, so we can actually do the VTuber thing now. Okay, ready? I hope I put this is gonna be a little clumsy because this setup is never going to happen ever again. Dino Crisis 4 is crazy. Dino Crisis 4. I was talking to somebody like the other day being like, yeah, no, I'm not putting on my clown nose. I don't think there's gonna be Ace Attorney. I feel like if there was Ace Attorney, I would have been informed, specifically me. I would have found out one way or another. I've also never played Dino Crisis. I just know it's a Shu Takumi game. And I was like, I am putting on the clown nose in solidarity though. Great Ace Attorney investigations would so hard. It would go so hard. I want it to happen so bad, but it would be like so fragile spoilers wise. Anyway, enough about Capcom Direct. We can talk about that during the actual Capcom Direct, which is next week on what, Thursday, I think. Anyway, also if there was an Ace Attorney, I would probably be under, and like I was informed about it, I would surely be under NDA or something. But I don't think it's happening this time. That said, just in case I have to put on the clown nose, because the one time I like forgot I slept through the Investigations Collection announcement. Anyway, let's do the VTuber thing. we can do the model reveal. I'll like scoot my model down from far away. You see, she's got feet. Actually, like, you know what? I'm gonna like linger on the legs for a second because you're probably never gonna see them ever again. So I'm switching over to a full body model because I'll talk a little bit in more detail about the she's got those whoppers. I'll talk a little bit more in detail about the program that I did this with. Random thigh jump scare. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I should like zoom her in slightly. Hold on. Put those dogs away! Can I zoom in without zooming in directly into her crotch? Apparently not. Okay, whatever. We'll scoot her down slightly. Put those grippers away! I mean, it's not like her design changed at all. We'll scoot. We got our leather jacket. We got the standard VTuber pose. Yeah, she's interesting. We got our standard VTuber pose. We got our usual leather jacket on. Actually, interestingly enough, I drew the like hip portion of this model wrong. And then I realized if I fixed it, it would be against Twitch guidelines. So I just left it. Partially also because I was lazy. So just know that. She also leans. She can lean. She has like it's really funny if I put my cursor down here because the movement is stupid. All right, this is enough. We're gonna actually zoom in. I gotta look at her properly. Where's my window? Dude. Come on. I gotta switch between tabs. So I'll talk a little bit about the actual like program that I use to do this in a second, but this is not a live 2D model. This is a PNGTuber model with like way too many extra steps. All right, and let's full screen her. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay! Yippee! Yay! Yippee! I'm gonna scoot her over to the side. She's real. Isn't she cute? Yay! Hold on, let me like properly zoom in. Yay! Yay, yippee, yay. Let's fucking go. I was gonna say, a good chunk of the people in the chat have actually already seen her because I've been doing a terrible job of keeping her under wraps. And also I've been working on this model for like, I've been dragging ass on it, so I've been working on her for like months. Yay! Also, I can make her like sort of, not really cross her eyes, but I can, her eyes and like the entire model follows my mouth. She also has it super busted, as you can see. It's super busted, but she does technically have lip sync on. So theoretically, if I go like, oh, it's not working. Okay, in theory it works. I didn't expect it to be very like articulate. You know, microphone lip sync is not very good. There's no camera tracking or anything. But theoretically, I should be able to, you know, somewhat keep up with my keep up with the way the like microphone activity, as it were. Honestly, a big fan of how lip flap works compared to typical VTuber. Yeah, it's interesting. So because this is a PNGTuber, I kind of had a choice to make with whether I wanted it to be more sort of straight up, like PNGTuber reactive, the way my chibi worked, or if I wanted it to be a bit more VTuber-y, and I went more VTuber-y. But stylistically, I would say it's not too much like a normal VTuber. So we did end up going with, you know, a bit more of a like animated lip flap thing. My other thing is I hate animation. Like as a medium, I personally hate doing it. Nothing in it, unfortunately, brings me joy. So all the animatics that I imagine in my brain will have to be, in my brain, they'll stay. But anyway, let me talk like details on this model because I have been working on her for a very long time and I like to look at her. You're collecting PNGTuber models like crazy. Funny you bring that up. Funny you bring that up, Kate. This is not the order I was gonna go in, but I'm going to I'm gonna go into that a little bit. Oh, I should have a KD100 Catherine toggle. I should do that. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go in this order because Kate brought it up. So you mentioned that I collect models like crazy. So this model comes with toggles, and those toggles can be not right now because I have them turned off for while I do this model reveal, but I'll turn them on as soon as we switch to the game. I have toggles for. What the fuck are the toggles? You can toggle me back to chibi mode. Yay! The OG. One of these days I'll sit down and like draw myself a chibi that matches a bit more with the art style, but I do still like this one. I just didn't want to be a chibi the whole time. And then also the other one that you can do is one that's already is one that's already beloved by viewers, I would think. Kazuma Asogi time. Kazuma Asogi time is gonna be really good for this stream specifically. He's finally in the game he belongs in. Kazuma down. Yeah. This is the most important one. Kazuma model, also hi. Hello, welcome. Also, Kate, I should add the model that I have on your channel. I should shout you out as well, Kate. Hold on. I spelled shout out wrong. There we go. If you're not already following Kate, I'm gonna switch back once more. But if you're not already following Kate, I have streamed The Great Ace Attorney twice already. Once was on my close good friend Max's channel, and once was on Kate's channel. And if you go onto Kate's YouTube, there are VODs of us playing The Great Ace Attorney together, along with our friends Ren and MJ. And on some occasions, our friend Maddie. So if you would like to see me lose my mind, along with Kate, who went in blind, it's great. It's good. It's very chaotic. Also, I recommend the clip of Kate crying over Kazuma. If you know, you know. I'm taking a sip of water. Hold on. Literally rewatched a couple of VODs recently, and goddamn, we were funny. We were funny! And we will continue to be funny. It will happen again. It's more likely than you think. God, I'm so glad I wrote down talking points because I have already like gone off track so much. That's what got me up to start tuning into streams. New model time. Hi, Cinna. Cinna, aren't you outside right now? Cinna is another one of the people that I streamed The Great Ace Attorney with on Max's channel. The clip of Kate crying over Cosmo, that's so not specific. Cinna, go back to being outside. All right, where the fuck are my talking points? So, new model. I drew and rigged this entirely myself. I do not have any VTuber parents. We're eating burgers and watching on the TV. Oh, hi. You actually put me on the TV. Yay. I'm kind of obsessed with how janky the lip sync is. You know, there's like, this is a free program and it's a PNGTuber. The lip flaps are kind of crazy. Like, if you consider that. And also if you consider the fact that I am bad at animation and don't like doing it. Anyway, I keep accidentally locking my phone, which has my talking points on it. Yeah, so she is a full body model. This is probably as far as you're going to be seeing on the model pretty much ever. I just rigged a full body to see if I could do it. I thought it would be fun, and it was. Would having no parents make your model like a VTuber orphan? I was trying to figure that out. I was like, is it VTuber orphan? Or is it VTuber Immaculate Conception? Like, what are we doing? Which direction are we going? I don't know what people say. Because I know there's a lot of VTubers out there who drew their own model. It's probably more common than people who rigged their own model. Jesus Christ. VTuber Petri dish, baby. VTuber mitosis, we're doing great. There's a joke here about asexual reproduction. Happy Pride, everyone. All right, in terms of like rigging, so I rigged this in PNGTuber Remix, which be who you are. If you're familiar at all with PNGTubers or like VTuber alternative programs, you may have heard of PNGTuber Plus, which is a pretty common PNGTuber like software. It's generally, I would say, up until recently been considered the best PNGTuber software. And I would still say it's the most stable. PNGTuber Plus basically was a free program that, not to sound like too downer about it, but like it kind of got abandoned by its dev. Which, like, you do you. You released a free program onto the internet. You're not responsible for being constant tech support for it forever. It's totally usable and is totally stable, but someone essentially took the source code, picked it up, added some features, shuffled some things around, and made PNGTuber Remix. PNGTuber Remix, if you're looking to get into like more extensive PNG tubing, has a very, very active Discord, and they were all a very good help when I was rigging this and like figuring out how to cut apart my model, how I wanted to like do the technical aspect of things. I was in the Discord server messaging as late as yesterday being like, hey, can anybody help me do XYZ thing? It is a little buggy at times, but it's workable if you have patience and understanding in your heart. If I remember correctly, the one person, because of course it's one person, the one person developing PNGTuber Remix is like some kid in college who's like 21 and like picked up programming like a year ago or something and made this entire thing. Because of that, PNGTuber Remix is a little shaky in some areas. Notably, there's no undo button. So if you fuck up real bad, you gotta stick with it or you gotta manually undo whatever you did. That said, I think that might be the most impressive part of this rig, at least as far as rigging goes, is I didn't use an undo button once. And I messed up a lot. There was a lot to mess up on. But she looks all right. She's like stable. She's good. You will also notice the other thing that is a bit limited with her is she doesn't have any expression toggles. I actually, I won't show the class now because it would be way too complex to do that. And I worked so hard to get this screen up. I had an entire model drawn before this. I think it was only waist up. I don't think I did legs because it was like useless. It's still useless, but like it wasn't as fun of a rigging experiment at the time, but I made an entire PNGTuber Plus model. You know what? I'll share her in my Discord later if somebody reminds me. But I fully illustrated an entire PNGTuber Plus model and scrapped it because PNGTuber Remix dropped. And redrew her from scratch. Like, she doesn't even look like the same art style. I didn't have to do all that. I could have just done the same, like I could have re-rigged my existing model, and like I think there's like stuff in place to make it so that you can just import a PNGTuber Plus model into Remix and have some ease of use. Basically just porting it over. Your hair looks so good. Thank you, Small. Hi, Small. Yay. Small, I forgot your Twitch was Cosmopolitan. Actually, I do want to talk about the hair. So the interesting thing about PNGTuber Remix is, actually, let me zoom in on our hair for like 2 seconds, just to show you guys. This is like my favorite part of the rig. The gravity's a little fucked up, but basically, what was I gonna say? These layers that make up the front pieces of the hair, they're swooshy. As well as the back of the hair, if I zoom out. It's a little hard to tell against the black background, but like her hair swishes back and forth. They're called appendage layers, and they're meant for things like cattails, or like if you're an eldritch being or something and you got like extra limbs, stuff like that. And they're called appendage layers because they're extra appendages. Like cattails are probably the most practical thing to use them for, but I use them for the side of the hair based on something somebody else did in the PNGTuber Remix Discord. What else did I get? Like this like following tracking animation in the rig is also something that I learned basically just off of like watching other people build their builds. Whoops. Most of this is just rotating around a point and being very clever of like with where you want to put those points, and where you want to like where you want a rotation point to be, or where you want a like how far you want something to move in any one direction. If you look super, super close, which probably nobody is, so I ended up only doing this for the face. There's a technique with VTuber rigs called underfilling, where instead of using an outline, you can kind of see, I can't point to it because you can't see my cursor. But if I look to the left, the outline of my jaw gets darker on the right side. Or if I look to the right, it gets darker on the other side. And basically what that is, hi Max. Wait, I'm gonna do a third shout out before we've even started the game. I'm gonna shout out Max as well, because if you haven't checked out our streams on Max's channel, Max is the first channel I streamed The Great Ace Attorney on. And we're currently streaming through Dual Destinies. My first experience with every single Ace Attorney game outside of the original trilogy has been with Max and with Cinna. So, like, if you want to see a continuation of that, go watch us play Dual Destinies, especially because Max and Cinna both have psychology degrees and postgraduate education in related fields. And we got to watch Athena say schizophrenic hallucination yesterday, and we all took psychic damage. Jesus Christ. Dual Destinies has been fun though, honestly. It'll be an interesting time as the game goes on. We met Simon Blackwell yesterday for the first time. We got to meet Simon. Max got to be forcibly British again. And he will be British once more. It will keep happening. All right. What else is there to cover? Oh, also, I'm very proud of, it's a very small detail. I'm very proud of the blink cycle. It's a little bit smoother, if you can tell, than the lip sync is, because there's like an in-between frame that I animated in. So it goes a little bit smoother. I have an internal counter of every ethics violation Athena does. Yeah, it is. It sure is. Anyway, I'll talk a little bit about the model design. I know an ad break is about to start. And the other thing is I switched over the ad breaks to be longer ad breaks with like less frequency because it seemed like more people liked that for Ace Attorney and related like visual novel style games. Get that revenue! Honestly, I think the revenue split is the same. It's just the frequency of the ads has changed. If you would like to avoid that and hear me yap more about the model design, and eventually I'll get to talking about the entire visual refresh that Trav and I worked on, you should consider subscribing to my channel. Oh, I was gonna run, I'm not entirely sure how it works, but I know Twitch started rolling out like discounts on subscriptions. I was gonna start doing that to sort of celebrate, but it was like 3 a.m. when I was reading the information about it, so maybe I'll do it during the week. I'll do it during the week when I get a chance for, you know, the official celebration of my model reveal, as it were, for my totally real VTuber moments. TM. Also, fun facts about this model. I drew this entire model with my stylus at 0% battery. 0% my ass. I drew this full model, as well as the beginnings of some key art that isn't done yet, but you know what? That's a later problem. As well as, I drew a lot. Oh, the promo banner that I did for the Great Ace Attorney, I drew over a 3D model, to be fair. I was like tracing over and like photoshopping and squishing something that wasn't like a full piece of art, but I'm just trying to name things that are out in the, like, in the world that I did on this 0% battery stylus. As a reward for finishing the model, I should really buy new batteries. Let me drink more water because it's hot as hell outside. It's very hot outside and it's warm in my room. It's not a good combo. Also, I keep moving her back and forth just because I like looking at her. I also work at 0% battery some days. My thing is, like, it's been at 0% battery for months. So, like, clearly it's not at 0% battery. It's fully just me procrastinating putting in a new battery, and it's totally possible I don't need to buy new batteries. It feels like 102 degrees with the humidity. What the fuck? What the actual hell? Gross. That's terrible. You know how I win Great Ace Attorney, actually? The way I win this stream today is I get enough hydrate or dihydrate redeems to warrant getting a new glass of water. Although, to be fair, even with that redeem, I do drink water pretty consistently on stream. Like one of them printer ink cartridges. Exactly, it's lying. But yeah, it's totally just me procrastinating. At like, I was like 75% done with the art for this, I think. And I was like, I want to see if I can finish the entire model on 0% battery. And then I did, and it's still going. Jupiter, thank you for the hydrate or dihydrate. Oh, speaking of my point redeems, you may notice I've raised my prices a little bit. At least for the model swaps, which those won't be active until I actually start the game. But, so like, don't redeem them yet. They won't work. Inflation is real. Yeah, people were, I had to keep up with demand. People wanted me to turn upside down too often. I also have to figure out how I want to do the turn upside down, like redeem with this model. It's gonna be clunky for a while. We'll figure it out together. Anyway, art style wise, she's a little different from what I normally draw, I feel. I wanted her to look a bit more shoujo manga than my usual art style. I wanted her to look a little bit more like Nana. This isn't shoujo manga, but like a little bit more Tomie, while still looking like my art style. So I really exaggerated the eyelashes more than I normally would. I don't spend that much time drawing eyelashes. The like lip gloss being really exaggerated was kind of important. She looks great. Thank you. I like this art style. I like sort of getting a chance to experiment in a direction that I chose. It's not a thing that I do very often. I kind of just stick to drawing however I want. So it was a nice art exercise. All right. What else? Oh, like the main reason that I wanted to change models, aside from it looks more polished to have a full body, like I had gotten to a point where I was like, the little tiny smiling chibi is a little harder to take seriously. She's a little too Pepsi can sized. So I decided to switch it to a full body model that looked a bit older. Like, I don't think it was as clear, you know, that a tiny little chibi is a full grown ass adult woman. Especially, you know, I don't have the lowest voice in the world. And I am a anime girl on the internet regardless. Like, not to get too downer about it, but like also just being an Asian woman on the internet. One that is fairly young, no matter what VTuber fans will tell you. 25 is pretty young for, you know, streamers on the internet. Pretty young for humans in general. I wanted to negate any sense of, like, this is just a small and cute avatar that is 2 apples tall. Not that you can't turn me into that. Not that you can't do that. But as a default, I thought this was going to be better. Which is also why she's not really smiling. I went back and forth on it. I had moments where I was like, is it going to look uncanny because I laugh a lot on stream? But I decided, you know what, it's fine. If I want to go in and do toggles later on, I will. But I think realistically, I probably won't be, you know, actively changing toggles when I'm really locked into a stream. So I kept her. All right, let's talk about the visual, like the rebrand. Let's talk about the rebrand because it looks cool as hell. So Trav and I have been working on this and he pointed this out to me. I had not noticed. We've been working on this rebrand for 2 months. And that's not even like to say that it was difficult. It was a very easy, comfortable process to work on this rebrand, and I can't thank Trav enough for the work that he did. And like, it is exactly what I was looking for. It was 2 months of kind of just pure brain rot. I was like, I think my initial request was just, I should get a just chatting screen, maybe. And then time went on and we were like, why don't we just redo everything? We may as well, right? Like, we're putting so much effort into the just chatting screen, may as well turn everything around. So we did everything. The starting soon screen, this is the most might as well commission ever. Yeah, this is also the most might as well like creative decision that I've done, and it helped very much that I was not the person doing it. Like, yes, I drew my own model. It would have gone a million times faster had I just commissioned somebody. And that goes for like everything. Anyway, so we have a just chatting screen, so I can yap like this for Jesus, like almost an hour. It's like, where do I want to go with this? The main thing that like sort of ties together all my branding is the plum blossom motif. Oh, perfect timing. The ad break just ended. The plum blossom motif across all of my branding. I did want to get a chance to like talk about it a little bit. I mentioned on, I want to say my Trials of Innocence stream, which the VODs from last week and I think the week before will be catching up, I promise. I just had to shove a lot of work into specifically this stream. So I got a little bit behind on stuff, but I promise things will be a bit more regular in terms of schedule. The plum blossom motif comes from, I mean, it's my favorite flower, but the reason it's my favorite flower is that when I was a kid in Korea, I bought, I'm currently holding this and using it to sort of fight the heat. It was a hand fan that I bought in a shop in Korea, and the like the guy running the shop was explaining to me that plum blossoms, when I say plum blossoms, I'm referring to the Korean variety of them, which is called mehwa. And I think the word is the same or like similar in Chinese as well. And in Japanese, that's the like ume tree. What is the? There's a word I'm looking for. The fruit is called ume though, like umeboshi is made from that kind of plum. In Korean, it's meshil, but it's like a green plum variety, and they have very, very like bright pink flowers. And I've always liked them because of that. The guy who like sold me the fan like pointed out like, oh, plum blossoms are a flower that's special because they can like bloom in the snow. And I always thought that was really cool. I've actually, funny enough, I've never seen them in full bloom in real life. I've seen a lot of cherry blossoms. They're a lot more common, especially in the States. It's like pretty common to find like pears or like in botanic gardens, there'll be like cherry blossoms and stuff, I feel. But I haven't ever seen plum blossoms up close and personal. I am planning on going to Korea in the spring of next year, so maybe I'll catch the tail end of the cold weather and maybe I'll be able to see it. But I think the plans are to go more towards cherry blossom season instead. Anyway, so plum blossoms have like some sort of cultural significance in Korea. And so I kind of wanted to like emphasize that. The like, again, if you join my Discord, I can like show pictures of this, but the like imperial seal, like the seal of the royal family of the Joseon dynasty used plum blossoms. So you'll find them pretty often on like historical buildings and whatnot. I also found out recently that like a clan in my family uses plum blossoms in their family crest. And so like it's sort of like the Great Ace Attorney, how they all have family crests that also function as sort of like cutesy logos. Like how the Mikotabas have the cherry blossom one. And it's a very like clear, I zoomed in. It's a very clear, like the difference between plum blossoms and cherry blossoms are that plum blossoms have these little fluffy petals that are round, and then cherry blossoms have little notches in the petals that are cute. And I was so picky about that. I was so picky about it when I like initially, even on my like first set of overlays that Trav did for me. I was like, they have to be clearly plum blossoms, even though like it's a very easy mistake to make. And like, it's not the end of the world if somebody isn't familiar with this flower off the top of their head. But I was so picky about it because I was like, there's so many cherry blossom things in like anime and video games and VTubers and whatnot. I wanna make them distinct. The way you handed me so many visual references. I was so picky about it, and I will continue to be picky about it. They turned out so cute though. They turned out really cute. It's also one of those things of like, if you're designing something like really simple, like you start saying just insane things. Like you just start sounding crazy straight up. Like, have y'all seen the like, I think it's literally a Vine is how old it is, but it's like the Staples logo reveal. And it's like, this is stupid. Of how much they had to simplify it down. Which is more of a like thing on, you know, how minimalist logos have gotten. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Logos have gotten like overly minimalist, and so like a lot of this process was also both me and Trav like breaking out of minimalism. I especially have a really bad minimalism problem with like designing things, and then I like won't like how something turns out if I design it because it's way too minimal. I think we landed on a good amount of flair, as it were. Jeez, I've already been yapping for so long. We still have the game. But yeah, the other thing that I wanted to point out in terms of like Korean culture and like, oh, actually, I have one more thing on the plum blossoms before I go on. The other thing that is a fun little coincidence that I realized as we were discussing this. I don't even remember if this was from the like first set of overlays or if it was from this rebrand, but because plum blossoms bloom while it's still snowing outside, they're sort of like an early sign of spring coming when it's still cold, but like spring is on the way, and my birthday is usually the first day of spring. So I was like, wow, that's kind of perfect. That works out. Like, it was all kind of a way to like smash together my favorite colors. Like, I love the black and hot pink color combination on anything. But luckily it worked out. You did mention that during the first set of overlays. Yeah. The brain rot is long lasting, which is good. You should be a fan of the things that you have to make. Or have to like organize into really aggressive like brain rot sessions and Pinterest boards for other people to make, because you cannot make me graphic design to save my life. Oh, but anyway, with like the Korean culture that I wanted to like add in, like only a couple days ago, less than a week ago, almost certainly, some galaxy brain moment happened, and like Trav was like, are there any textures that you want to add in just for like visual interest? And I was like, can we do like, I think Trav brought up paper as a possible texture earlier on. And I was like, can we do Korean traditional paper? So that's like the texture that's going on in the background. Is it hanji, which is Korean traditional paper. So it ended up kind of being like this mishmash of like traditional design aspects, as well as the very more modern, like clean shapes and colors of what I had initially pitched, which is always something I like very much. But yeah, I want to actually, do we want to like really, she showed it to me like 3 days ago and I was like, hell yeah. No, literally. I want to actually like, I don't have my mic source in the other windows. I'm kind of thinking about, do we want to, Jacob is literally backseat commentating the stream while playing a fishing game. Jesus Christ. I kind of want to, do we want to go through the overlays? I don't have my mic source on the other ones. So you know what? I'll show you the Fisher. I'll show you the Be Right Back screen because it's my favorite one. And then we'll go back to this and then we'll actually start the game. Hold on. Okay, I used that moment to drink more water. It's cute, right? That one's my favorite one. Also, I found this music today, and I decided to put it in the stream because it sounds like dress-up game music. All right, we should actually start the game. It's Steam Fish Fest. Thanks, Jacob. They're all very pretty. Yeah, you'll see the stream ending screen, you know, when we actually end stream, but let's look at the gameplay screen and let's like actually play the game. Crazy, right? Crazy that that's what we came here for. Anyway, it's the Great Ace Attorney clock. Let's fucking go. It may take a second for, oh no, it took less time than I thought. Jesus, the game is loud. Hold on. The game is loud for me. I don't know if it's loud for other people. Gaga. Hilariously, it's on the Naruhodo legal consultancy because the last time I opened this game like properly on my own, is it fine for you? Okay, it was just super loud on my screen, on my end. Yay, yippee, I actually got an audio balance right by guessing. Yeah, it's very funny. The last time that I opened up the Great Ace Attorney was to do the fan dub that we did of the Unspeakable Story scene in the in the attic. Hilarious. So we have to start a new game. Crazy. God, it's so warm in my room. Anyway, I'm really excited to get started. Like, I love this game so much. It screams and cries. Yeah, no, literally. I'm very excited about it because I have like, I have a stream team of about a little over, I think, 20 people that I'm planning on inviting to this, as well as I'm planning on doing, and I have still yet to decide on how I want to format this exactly. But I want to do a like thing I'm calling book club, at least in my own brain. Just to have additional streams to focus on like analysis of the game and like the themes surrounding it and some of the like literature references, some focus on Sherlock Holmes. I know some of the people on the team wanted to do a focus on like the music of the Great Ace Attorney, and some of the people are that I've invited on are like very educated and qualified in these fields. We got a lot of people coming on. We got a lot. I made the decision to start the game by myself. And thanks to the way that schedules worked out, we'll be playing the first part of the game today. And then the second part of the first case, because it's in 3 parts. The second part will also be me solo. And then the third part will be where I start bringing on guests. And every single case will have a different cast, as it were. So it should be a fun time. It should be a fun time. I'm very excited. It's going to be a hell of a long road. It's just gonna be pure brain rot. And seeing where the brain rot leads us. Let's fucking go.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Forgot how good the animated cutscenes are. Yeah, they're so pretty. I want an entire anime animated like this so much.
Man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh, I missed him. I'm excited. Oh, I missed him. I've never noticed that this is in French. Pookie! Yay! Oh my god, no, I didn't even consider that I had to be British. I was like, I kept joking about it. And now I have to be British. I don't think I've ever had to be Ryunosuke at length. Usually, like, Ryunosuke has been somebody else every time I've streamed it, and I've never had to voice him at length. Oh dear. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? British toll canner, you British toll. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. I'm so excited. This is so dumb. We barely started the game. I'm so excited. I miss Ryunosuke so bad. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! Re-murdered toast in hand. Kazuma! Oh, I missed him. I say as if he's not my lock screen. Pookie-in-law is crazy. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? Frequent host of the stream, Kazuma Soseki. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? I don't know what voice I gave the bailiff, it doesn't matter. He's my computer background. He's also my computer background. Him and Susato. Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Pookie-in-law, like this man hasn't become my blurbo now too. Yeah, literally, what are you talking about? Man, you should be in that weird local lawyer billboard you sent in the Discord. That one's crazy. Why would you, as a lawyer, take a photo for an advertisement holding a sword? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. That reminds me, I need to make a template for that. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Give me like 40 minutes. Crazy shit to join the Twi-Fairy server for. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these... Sorry. I remember the newspaper joke and I stopped these past few days. Never meant to drag you in, you fucking liar. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. During Pride Month, Kazuma? You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. During Pride... same brain cell. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. Best friend, is that what we're calling it? He's even a qualified lawyer. I can't talk about him long enough, apparently, because he'll get annoyed. What the fuck did he say? Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. First pace. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. In case you, the viewer at home, didn't know that. First pace. We're gonna be absolutely dragging Kazuma through the mud and he can't even defend himself, guys. We haven't even done the escapade yet. My oh, fuck. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. I love exposition. You should be able to. He's an attorney. Okay, yeah, you're right. He is a defense attorney. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Hi, Kazuma. You guys ready for him to steal the coffee cup? Proud? During Pride Month? Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. On your date. We're on a little date. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. His smile is so goofy. Look at him. Oh, I just figured out why his smile is goofy. I will never blame them for doing this ever. Because I understand you gotta work with what you got. The reason his smile looks so goofy, this is his standard art. And they just like redrew the mouth. Like this. This is his character art. The screen legit looks like a dating sim. It does! Straight up. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my my academic achievements and successes in court. In true Ace Attorney fashion, reusing assets. Clearly, it's the veneers. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Calling it sophisticated is a bit of a stretch, I feel. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. 1900s veneers, they have fake teeth. Mouth animation is so cool, Julie. Thank you, Nav! Also, hi, Nav. Nav, are you excited to get to voice somebody on this who sucks? It'll be fun. I'm very excited for you to, you know, for you to be that particular character. It's gonna be good. Like, I can hear it in my mind's ear. Sure. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's something mysterious. Nope, it's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. This is so off topic, but could you imagine if they made the lawyers wear the stupid wigs British lawyers wear? Who doesn't know his name? Okay. They do make the judge does wear the stupid wig. The judge does get to wear the stupid wig. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. And come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it was that simple. Anyway, Reinosuke's stronger than me. I would have fainted. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Guys who say, oh dear. I do not understand barristers in the British legal system. I don't either. Rock Van Zeke's stupid wig, I'm imagining you. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll just stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Sorry, I got distracted by Kazuma. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then. Partner. And that's it. That's the whole game. Does Baroque Van Zeeks have a stupid wig? No, but could you imagine? They should give him one. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. The end. Kazuma relationship meter goes up. Oh, I'm so... sorry. I played this game like 4 times now, and I'm still surprised when characters that I know show up. Soseki, may I have a word? Yay! Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind about that now. Asogi. I can't summon the Asian dad voice from the back of my throat. Hold on. It's hard to do it and be British at the same time. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. Would, sorry, don't even apologize. Me too, man. Anyway. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Real, true, and same! Exactly! Who is this man? That's very coming from you. Now, if you're gonna need to, like, change the goalposts for how many characters I would say would for, specifically for this game. I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once, then. Hi! Hi, my daughter! Hello! Max, don't even pretend that you don't agree. Oh my god, I brain rotted so hard that my lip sync stopped. There's such little lag compared to most streams. Yeah, I know, it's kind of crazy. It's because I don't have Discord active. Aha. I don't have Discord active and I don't have, I fixed the issue that I had with Yakuza 0 where it was running at like 2 frames per second solely by fucking with the encoding rate or some shit. Takes like a single second from when I send my message to when I see it on stream. Thank God. It's a miracle. PowerPoint Yakuza. PowerPoint Yakuza was real bad. It got fixed, apparently. I shall accompany you. All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. I am a little, on the fence about the width of the chat window. I was kind of, like, prioritizing making the text legible. But as soon as anybody types in all caps, it gets too wide. Susato! Susato, I love you! Hi. My design program is open right now. Listen. Well, I like the size of the, like, actual chat panel. The problem is the chat, like, asset thing that I'm using is a little busted. I'm so sick right now, so I'm gonna take a nap, but tell the boys I love them even though I know nothing about them and also kill the racists. Yeah, that's it. That's the entire game. I hope you feel better, Nav. Thank you for stopping by. This is awkward. Hell yeah, brother. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Hi, Professor. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends. I understand. Excuse me. The professor, but not the one that, not the one that you would think. I mean, what? Historians will say. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. Looks at Mikotoba. Yeah, you know about that, don't you? I did include, I have a different spoiler policy depending on what game I'm playing. So this is not a blind playthrough by any means. I know this game inside and out. That said, I think it would be funny to continue to speak in riddles for the viewers at home. I do want my book club like type streams that I want to do to be, I want those to be like, we can yap about spoilers, whatever, just because I think keeping too strict of a spoiler policy on those would be limiting to the discussion. Because that's what they're for, is discussion and some memes on occasion. But, you know, I think it's fun to speak in riddles in the meantime. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that the permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I feel like I should make his voice higher, considering. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Yujin Mikotoba is the most don't ask questions you aren't prepared to know the answers to, man. Standard Asian dad moments. Me, when I'm in an Asian dad competition and my opponents are Yujin Mikotoba and Kazuma Kiryu. Oh, fuck, I didn't read that. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Why would the government do such a thing is actually should be the subtitle of this game. The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. Not to immediately, like, lean on my own spoiler policy, but, like, I wonder what the idea was behind, like, I wonder what would have happened. I assume the goal from the government's point of view would be, please give up on Ryunosuke if he looks this guilty. Focus on your study tour. But I do wonder what would have happened if the outcome were to be a loss. .jpg. Basically is an overthrow the government simulator. But I mean, I wonder if we will win or lose this trial in the tutorial of an Ace Attorney game. I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. He's holding a fan. He's just like me for real. I'm literally fanning myself as we speak. Who can ever be sure? I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. I'm realizing in this moment I forgot to toggle back on my Kazuma Asogi time and Chibi redeem reacts. Hold on a second. Where the fuck? Where did I put that? I get it back on. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? We're getting married! Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Yeah, we're getting married, guys! Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I would assume also— oh shit. Surreptitious— fuck. Surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. That's a crazy line to already— I'm not to pause immediately, but there's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Could you imagine? Like, what a crazy thing to say. He's just a little guy, first of all, but also just a crazy thing to say to anyone. Like, even a guilty defendant. Even an obviously guilty defendant. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. November 22nd, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Wowie! Oh, look at them. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. British people. Wow. Sorry, wow, sorry. Ooh. Good lord. I'd like to look at him for a little bit. The powers that be that have, Jesus. Save data team, hi! Hey! Nice to see you guys. The new model looks so good. Thank you! And you made this? Yes, I drew and rigged her myself. I'm out for dinner, but I wanted to drop in and say hi. If you're still streaming in a couple hours, I'll be back. Love the model too. Thank you so much. Hopefully I'll still be on. Hopefully I'll still be on so that you get a chance to catch it. But if not, the VODs will hopefully be up in a timely manner. if I really lock in, guys. Also, who's this loser in the red headband? Surely he will not become the singularity in the middle of the black hole that is my Ace Attorney obsession. Anyway, hello, Save Data team. Thank you guys for stopping by. Always good to see y'all. But yeah. Not now, coffee ad. The powers that be. Jesus Christ. Both by nature of Kazuma being on my screen and me having to voice Kazuma, I am immediately getting tongue-tied. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Blasted when Kazuma generates around himself. You look so cool. Hi, Natalie. Welcome. Gosh, there's so many people. It's in character. It's fine. Yeah, the more I fuck up as Kazuma, the better. A secret trial. Method acting, baby. A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... I missed him! Oh my god. For folks who may be new, perhaps, because this stream seems to have reached many, many people. Kazuma Osogi is my favorite character in anything ever. The man is my lock screen. He is plastered across my wall a couple times. He's also my desktop background. I care about him a lot. Like both on a very superficial level and like in a very like sentimental and like I relate to him pretty heavily on some things, and like writing wise, I really, really like the journey that his character goes on. So you hate this guy, yeah. I want to throw rocks at him. Average Kazuma Zogi fan. Yeah, no, this is like everybody. Kazuma, please marry me. Who said that? Yeah. Squeezing him like a chew toy. Does somebody have the chew toy Kazuma? Oh, it's not Kazuma getting chewed like a chew toy, though. I guess it's Chunosuke in that emote. No, but for now, can you lock the fuck in? You need to concentrate, Rinosuke. It's about to begin. I'm normal. What? Oh, shit. I have to keep coming up with voices. Good lord. I'm trying to remember so hard. For the life of me, I cannot remember if it was this guy or if it was someone else. But I swear to God that there's a character that I was like, I think my voice headcanon for this guy is Dracula from Castlevania. And I can't remember if it was him or if it was Strongheart. I feel like it was him. Not that I know if I can't do the Jen Cool Judge voice. Hey, if you guys would like to watch Cinna voice every single judge as Jennifer Coolidge, you should watch us stream on Max's channel on Fridays. Strongheart feels much more Castlevania adjacent. He does. The 80 voices of Julie Twyfairy. He does feel more Castlevania adjacent. I just don't know if that was like the right, like, if that was what I wanted to go with for him. My friend did the TikTok voice for every judge until we made him stop. Objectively the coolest looking judge. Gavel is a close second. Gavel is a, yeah, you're right. They're kind of tied for me. They are kind of tied for me. So Jupiter, not the ouchie sleigh. Oh God. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Fuck. How do you know what? He's just gonna be what Ouchie sounds like. Gavel is so cool. I am very normal about her. I love Verity Gavel. She's wonderful. One day I'll do a Verity cosplay. I really want to do that wig. It looks like so much fun. Just absolutely crazy geometry going on. It helps that the other judges are just in regular robes. I missed it. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. How the fuck did I zoom out? What? How did I zoom out like that? What happened? I wasn't even on the window. All right. Weird. Oh, I may have like accidentally scrolled over there. I got smaller to be Ouchie. I had to. It was part of the experience. Tiny Julie. Very little. Now my windows are all screwed up. Okay. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. I almost want the first of those, like, discussion streams that I have planned to be analyzing the course of this case on a replay. You know? Because this case is really, really interesting when you revisited it. Especially if you do it very quickly after playing the entire series. Like, if you go back and you revisit this tutorial case, I really think it adds so much. I know a lot of people rank this kind of... The implications! I know a lot of people, this isn't their favorite tutorial case. It's personally my favorite tutorial case, and that is in large part because I just really love the narrative of this particular series. But, like, and the characters and the implications. But, like, it's my favorite tutorial case just because of how much there is to rediscover when you revisit it. You know? I do think, like, in terms of case logic and, like the gameplay, it gets a little frustrating in the second half. But I don't always agree with the point that this case is too long. I think you need to sit with these characters for a very long time. I just think it could have been a little bit more economical in how it went about, like, whether certain things had to be said by the player versus whether we could have just, like, experienced them depending on how they set up, like, the crime scene, sort of. Watching playing after finishing the game is super interesting for the duology. Finish the billboard template. It's in the server. Yeah, if you guys want to check out in the server. Trav has apparently put a billboard template. Hold on, let me pull it up again. There we go. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. It's a really even if you don't want to draw it yourself, you guys need to look at this billboard. It's crazy. It's an absolutely insane lawyer billboard. Simply, I cannot be stopped. True. As this is a usual circumstance, we're not going to react at all. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Wait and see. No, I'm kidding. Decisive. Decisive Ryunosuke is best Ryunosuke. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his I love Ryunosuke! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Yeah. I have such an affection for these characters. Damn, who did that voice? They sound cool and great. Sure would be, wait. We can keep doing shoutouts, guys. We're on shoutout number 4. I don't know what time zones are, so he'll probably get this, you know, hours later and be like, what happened? But if you haven't already, you guys should check out Mark Oda, the voice of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He is currently streaming The Great Ace Attorney for the first time. And if you haven't seen him stream, like, you guys should. Where is he? England? I think so? I believe so? Either England or Germany. I can't remember off the top of my head. He's definitely in Europe, though. So, like, he's usually streaming, like, luckily afternoon my time, and I'm in Chicago. So it's pretty easy to catch his streams. But he is the voice of Ryunosuke. He is, like, basically blind reacting to the game. Obviously, he understands, like, some of the later plot points because he had to voice them. Also, if you're a fan of games that are not visual novels, he's also the English voice of Wukong in Black Myth Wukong. So he's also been streaming that. This case is also just an instant classic from that. Yes, zoom in on the hand raise moment. It goes crazy. It goes crazy. Yeah, no. He also has like a Discord server, and like his community has been like very enthusiastic, but overall very polite and nice to interact with. But yeah, it's a good time. I believe he's on the 3rd case of the 2nd game right now. I'm pretty sure, unless I've missed him finishing that case, but I don't think I have. I really hope I haven't, because that will mean I have missed peak. But I think he's on 2-3 right now. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. Did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means that you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. And everybody clapped. I love this fucking game. What a line. What a screenshot. You think I won't be able to get you off. True. He looks so angry too. He's so angry that we don't think he can get... I really started this sentence with a plural, and now I have to say he thinks that he thinks that we think that he can't get us off. Anyway. Oh, the pride emotes. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Royal Weiryu, sure? Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Kazuma can get he can get me yeah.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
It's just gonna get more shrill.
Objection!
Wow, sorry. Wow, sorry. Wow. Sorry, excuse me. Woo. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Figured out you by hello. I always like I distinctly just talked about the voice acting in this game. I am so obsessed with the voice acting in this game, and yet it surprises me that it's there every single time. Isn't that so? Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke losing it in the background. Ryunosuke like having a panic attack. Oh, yes, exactly. Time to eat, y'all. Time to eat. See y'all later. Goodbye. Thank you for stopping in. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court.
Sprite ever. I love that sprite. I redrew that sprite as a certain someone that I am extremely normal about. I should redraw that again. It's kind of old at this point, and it's a really good sprite.
You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
I guess that's the voice we're going with. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Fuck, it is? Shit, we're in the wrong building, man. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? My wonderful friend has drawn a lot of emotes, and that Kazuma sprite is one of my faves. I love that sprite. It's so funny. He's so done with us. Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. Happy Pride. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
I know it.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. The way this makes infinitely more sense than the first turnabout, literally. Yeah, it really does. I am a believer that you can start, you can start Ace Attorney kind of wherever and find your way back to a place that makes sense. I know that's a controversial take, but back in my day, before I was actually into Ace Attorney, I know a lot of people started with Apollo Justice and managed to figure shit out pretty easily. I wouldn't recommend starting with like Investigations or Dual Destinies or the like Trials and Tribulations. Like, it's gonna make less sense. But theoretically, you can start anywhere and sort of pick up what they're putting down. And you know, the majority of people, I feel, will head back to the beginning of the series and go on their merry way. I don't like to recommend The Great Ace Attorney as a starting point, even though you can play through the series, you know, without any knowledge of Ace Attorney. Just because, like, quality of life wise, it's leagues better, in my personal opinion. And it should be. It's what, a 15-year-ish difference in game design? they have many more resources and much more experience. It should be better. Going back to the original Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, after playing a lot of Ace Attorney games, it can get kind of frustrating gameplay-wise, so I like to recommend people start there instead of starting here. My friend Lola played this and then played the sequel trilogy and was so disappointed. Yeah, I think a lot of Ace Attorney, like, gameplay is that, like, back in the day, it was, like, not uncommon to find, like, game guides that were books or like be on forums and whatnot and like have like help playing games, versus nowadays I don't think people expect that, especially with like Ace Attorney getting re-released pretty like frequently, and like especially this game, I feel like the Great Ace Attorney is also easier for like case logic. She started with Latent Versus, so she didn't do a normal order. I feel like Latent Versus is like, I haven't played Latent Versus yet. I will, worry not, it's on the list. But like, I feel like that's a fine place to start because I'm sure a lot of Latent like fans started there and then got into the Ace Attorney series. Latent Versus Peak, hi Maddie. Also, because summoned her, also I do have to like pay credit where it's due. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles would not exist without the Latent crossover. I know this, like, so clearly. This is built off of that. Like, that's not, like, exaggerating or, like, making... Like, I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. I think that is an intentional thing that they did. There's a lot of stuff in the Latent crossover that you see pop up here. I am of the opinion also that Darklaw looks like she could be related to certain characters in this series. Like, it's uncanny to me, which a lot of it is because, you know, Nudie was the art director for both. Also, Espella and Venus are carbon copies of each other. And I think that was intentional. I think I think Venus was supposed to pay homage to her. There's a real progression from the original trilogy to Rise from the Ashes to Apollo Justice to Latent Versus to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah, I agree. Also, I think I've been revisiting Rise from the Ashes a lot lately, for reasons that will become clear later. Don't worry about it. But I've been revisiting it a lot lately, and I've thought this before, but I'm very, like, sure in saying that Rise from the Ashes is something that, don't worry, as soon as I can tell you guys, I'll tell you. But Rise from the Ashes was something, like, really, really cool that Takumi and Nudie got to do together, in terms of, and like they're like my dream team really for an Ace Attorney game where they just like get to brain rot some horrible crime together, and they make it into like a really killer game. Haha, killer. I think they like realized they did something really cool with Rise from the Ashes, and they went, "Hey, do you want to do it again?" And they went, "Yeah, let's do it again," and they did in Chronicles. Is what I guess I'm going to say in DGS. I think it's much more clear in Resolve than in Adventures. But like, I think they wanted to replicate what they did with Rise from the Ashes. I think the least charitable way that you could describe that is saying that they copied it, that they just sort of rehashed it. But like, I really enjoy that they did it again. And they sort of got a chance to do what they had done before, but on a bigger stage. But wait, dude, I'm like already running out of water. I'm gonna have to like break for water soon. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Runosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. Record? Court record. But I can't even find that. The price of failure reference. It's simple. You can access the court record. I'm never gonna be able to say court record in the in the British accent that I want to. You can access the court record with the simple press of E. You must press E, partner. You can't do it now, though. You have to wait until the dialogue passes by, and then I let you do it. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E, but not now because it's not going to let me. All right, there's no time to lose. Oh, no, wait, it will. Yay! This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. E. You'll find details about the victim here. When you're done, just press Z to go back.
I wanna look at Kazuma.
23 years old. God, I'm 2 years older than him right now. That's crazy. Yujin Mikotoba is 42. With respect, with so much respect to Yujin Mikotoba, and also an acknowledgement that I find him very handsome. We know this. That's a rough 42. Right? Like that much gray? That's a rough 42. I know why it's a rough 42. But specifically the amount of gray in his hair, yeesh. I know why. I understand the level of stress he's been under. But I was 23 when I played and I'm 25 now. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I think I was 22 or 23 when I first played this game. Ouchie is 51. That's an even rougher 51. I'm sure his head, like, he's not balding. That's like, that hairstyle is intentional. But the lines in your forehead, man. John H. Wilson, age 47. Victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yumei University from the British Empire. Always thinking about Will Powers was early 20s. Really? God, nobody looks any age in Ace Attorney. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. I'm going to struggle with that syllable the entire game. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Manny Kochin is 25, 30. Yeah, somehow. He's 23 in Turnabout Samurai? Christ. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. I'm never going to say it right. And press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
What the fuck is... Where am I pulling this voice from? Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yumei University 3 years ago. Oops. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The implications! Deep in your soul. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. The implications in orange. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. The only universal constant voicing an Ace Attorney game is that we have to make Ouchie or Pain sound like a gigantic nerd. Yeah, he should sound like Tone. I do like his voice in the anime, actually. He sounds a little less like Tone. But he does sound good. Also, you know who absolutely kills it, actually, as Pain? Let me, hold on. My windows. You know who absolutely kills it as Pain? The actor who plays Pain in Turnabout and Ace Attorney Musical. Like, actually. Genuinely. I feel like that's really, like, not a part that gets a lot of recognition. Because it's Pain. But, like, he sounds very great. And also, you guys should check out Tam when you get a chance. I'm also in it, but, like, whatever. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil.
And, sorry.
You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not?
I have a lot of roles. By which I mean one of them. Oh no!
Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
This is getting worse. But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. You just full send Muppet him. I can only do so much. My voice only goes some places. This is why this is the only time I will be. This is the only part of a case that I will be doing solo, as far as I know. In other words, hold my hand. Our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. Go off, Kazuma. It just sounds like birds squawking by the end of the case. Possible. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So, that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. That's a good line. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Oh dear, look at the time!
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western-style restaurant like this.
You're on a date.
I'll see you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. This guy. He took the coffee cup with him! He stole it! That's so rude. And then he has the gall to complain about Ryunosuke stealing the soap from public bathhouses, which you shouldn't do because it's gross and weird and inconveniences everybody. But he can't talk. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. The restaurant in question being 1890's Olive Garden. No, literally. Wait. Also, to this day, to this very modern and globalized era, like restaurants that advertise themselves as I just noticed there's a typo in my stream title. I spelled Discord wrong. I wrote Discorder. Anyway, to this day, if you're in, at least in Korea, this is true. Advertising yourself as Western style or like American style or something, it's always a little bit busted. It's always a little weird. In East Asia. I have to imagine it's similar in Japan. Have you guys seen that one guy in Japan who does, this is probably going to name like 500 TikTokers. There's a guy who does like restaurant reviews. And he delivers everything in like a very like, I don't want to say a bored tone, but he's just like, today I wanted to try this convenience store sandwich. And it was okay. It's like, that's the like delivery that he gives whenever he does food reviews. And he does, yeah, okay. I couldn't remember his handle, but his stuff is fun. Yeah, I like watching his stuff. I don't remember what I was going to say about this guy. Oh yeah, he was talking about like a Western, or like an American style restaurant in Japan somewhat recently, I think. Somewhat recently, could have been months ago for all I know, but I feel like I saw it somewhat recently. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a professor. No. I'm sure he's a professor. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. How polite. So I went over to the professor's table. His American food reviews in Japan are my favorite because he keeps quietly molding over the idea of a cheeseburger. No, exactly. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Gomen Umf-chan. He's so cute. Oh, he looks so polite. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court. Every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. My attorney's... Oh no, it's just a university collar pin. Alright, post-mortem report that I want to look at. John H. Wilson died 3 days ago. I can do math. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Which is... like... we'll talk about it later. No, don't examine it again. Present.
Yes!
Yes! Well... according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
I feel like it's turning into something Monty Python, but I don't know what. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report? In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Which sounds crazy in the year 2025. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
I feel like the voice that I'm pulling is like a troll under a bridge.
You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court. I added the word court in there, into the record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start this trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Ooh, is it time? This is it then. Hi, Julie. I'm from Mark's Discord server and thought I'd pop in. Hi! Thank you for coming by. It's good to see people from Mark's community. I was just talking about how, like, nice it is over there. I think I may have worked... Oh, God. I can't talk when it's Kazuma. He's very distracting. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Kazuma was a constant distraction for me when I played this case. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing so much of him, right? You know, not to say anything specific, but I'm not used to him being so distractingly by our side the whole time. It catches me off guard every time I restart the game. He really has been sticking his all in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I missed Ryunosuke so much. Oh god.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Ugh, I clicked out of the window. Hosonaga! I love Hosonaga. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. My, okay. So, my dream game for the Ace Attorney series is just like any additional installment of Ace Attorney. But also, I think I said this joke on Tumblr like years ago. I think I would love a game that takes place mostly in Japan. And I would love for Baroque Van Zeeks to have to deal with being an extremely tall and like imposing looking white dude in the middle of Japan. And so everybody is like being annoying and being like, oh my god, did you see that guy that walked by? He looks scary. What's wrong with him? And I really want him to have Hosonaga as an interpreter. I just think it would be funny. I also think, like, oddly enough, I feel like Van Zeeks and Hosonaga would get along. Like, in some weird way, I think it would work out. I think they could be friends. Trust me, you guys. It would be extremely funny to me. This giant 6'4" European man in Japan. No, literally. In the 1800s, like... Or I guess probably by then the 1900s, right?
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. Jesus Christ, I can't read. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
I understand that word is the opposite of Orient. Like it means west, where Orient means east. That said, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. In the place, even. Strange inflection I went with. I love Hosonaga, man. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. Found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. That's such a good ouchie objection, honestly. It sounds just like Ray. Does he? Does he? Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in court today?
Osonaka, Jesus. Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? Cat got your tongue? Or are you still just in a holiday sort of mood? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still. What should I do? Decisive!
Yes!
Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud.
I also really like this choice to have Ryunosuke constantly, like, butt in a way that, like, could you imagine, like, being called for jury duty or some shit? Or some shit. And you, like, the lawyer just keeps yelling like this. Like, instead of, A, objecting properly, B, just, like, waiting a second, maybe? Like, could you imagine? I don't remember this from 12 Angry Men. Hey, everybody should watch 12 Angry Men. It's great. Like, actually. We did an impromptu movie night of 12 Angry Men in my server the other day. It's really good. It's really good. Being a juror in the Ace Attorney universe would be wild, yeah. Yeah. And it is, especially in this game.
Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Anyway, like, it's good to have him have these, like, outbursts of, like, clearly these things are very objectionable. Pun not intended, but you know what, I'm gonna roll with it. But, like, it's a good way to introduce the player to it, and also build up just how, like, stacked against you, like, the entire judiciary is. In a way that, like, I think is still there in the original trilogy. But the, what the fuck was I gonna say? The, like, I feel like people often forget that the mainline series exists in a legal system that's, like, really broken. and like in the Great Ace Attorney, I think it's a bit clearer because it's a little less of a wacky tone, and it's more of a, this is just like, oh boy, actual real life, like Dark Age of the Law starts in 2014. Yeah. Well, I mean, the original trilogy already has the 3-day trial system in place because they're like, we have too many cases. We need to get through these quickly. Like their priority is speed, right? As well as already like a very unfair advantage towards the prosecution. Which in fairness, like isn't the, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. And I certainly know less about Japanese law than about American law, but I'm pretty sure generally what people say is that the conviction rate, like people often cite the conviction rate being very, very high in Japan. Like absurdly high, especially if you compare to like any other country pretty much. But like if you compare to the US, it's like, I want to say it's like over 90%. It's a very high conviction rate, but the other side of it, again, from what I've like heard and like Wikipedia rabbit holed around, is that the conviction rate is the conviction rate is high because things are only brought to trial if it's like worth pursuing that conviction, I'm pretty sure. Like is the sentiment behind it. That said, apparently some of that common fan knowledge is not fully accurate, but nevertheless. Yeah, Dark Age of the Law, but like also just the original trilogy mentions like Phoenix is like, oh yeah, they changed the legal system like a couple of years back. And so now it's this like extremely quick trial system. Like it has to be done within 3 days. Somebody has to get convicted within 3 days. You know? Like it already is set up in a way that it doesn't make sense, which is why I feel like I a lot of times people will react to the Ace Attorney series and like they'll kind of give up on the logic of it because, oh well, like this wouldn't happen. Like that's not how the legal system works. It's like, well, yeah, it's a video game. One, it's a video game. Two, it's a video game about a legal system that's like really absurd. Really, really absurd. Versus like Investigations 2-3, where Samson's case lasts for like a year. Yeah, so cases that take place before the trilogy, there are longer cases. What was I gonna say? Like, I think even as late as Terry Falls' case could have gone on for longer were it not, the plot. That said, where was I gonna go with this? Oh, I really like how the movie goes about it because, one, if you haven't watched the Ace Attorney movie, at the end of this month, we're going to do a watch party in my Discord server for a community night, as it were. But what was I going to say? The way that they treat trials in the movie universe is that it's a world where, yes, that system is in place, but also the public nature of trials is that, yes, it's a spectator sport. People get dressed up and they go to watch them like shows, or like it really kind of feels like a gladiator ring to me. And there is some sort of like incentive for even the prosecution to be as showy as they are. For example, we all know what the Von Karma School of Thought is like, right? It's a very showy style of performing for an audience, throwing the virtual evidence at each other. I love the technology that they chose to go with. Yeah, if you haven't seen the movie, you should. And if that is with the rest of my Discord server on our community night, that would be very fun. I really, really love the movie. I really love, I love Miike's work as a director. I'm a big fan of Audition. I think he did a great job with Ace Attorney, and I need to watch more of his stuff. I know he has a Yakuza movie, and he has a Diamond is Unbreakable movie. I'm sure the way they bang and point and shout makes for a darn good show. Fork, yeah. Fork Founded Kitchen. I have a poster of Audition. I actually like to say, as far as adaptations go, Tam and the movie, to me, are very simple, like similar interpretation goals. They both chose to cut the same case. Both Tam and the movie have to cut Turnabout Samurai for the sake of length, you know? But I think they do a really good job of doing it. And tonally, the two adaptations are completely different. Tonally, they're really, really different takes. But I think they both do a really great job of like choosing to streamline the first game in that way. I need to get through the end of like this tiny portion and then break for water.
Well, so Naga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I like the movie's take on samurai as the intro for Edgeworth. Yeah.
I don't believe it.
They didn't give us Turnabout Samurai because they didn't want to give us Old Back. If you want to see good Old Bag content, watch the stage plays. Her actress is incredible.
I don't believe it.
Mitsurugi, excuse me, yeah. Reiji Mitsurugi. Albino Squirrel Productions too. Listen, I think, okay, so I am of the opinion that Larry Butts, and I love Canon Larry, say what you will. I think he's great. I won't let a couple of like kind of poorly made jokes get in the way of the fact that Larry is a pretty solid character on his own. That said, I think Larry Butts is the best depicted on stage. Turnabout Musical does a really great job of Larry content. Again, I can't like stress enough. Tam is great. Tam is an incredible, like, it's just really cool. Like, I'm biased by the fact that like I'm in it, but Koala does an incredible job as Larry. I've heard from friends before that like the like standout parts of this show for them were Larry's parts. Larry in the show is incredible, in part due to how he was written, in part due to Koala's wonderful job. She's so good at it. Yeah, Tam does a really good job at Larry content. And the stage plays do a really, really good job too. I think Larry with slapstick added is great. Larry with any sort of physical comedy. Proof at least had to step into Larry to Sam with less than 2 days notice and got a standing ovation. Incredible. God, what a difficult like ask, honestly. The fact that Sam is, I suppose, how we'll say it, like, happened is crazy. Like, what an incredible thing to be able to do at, like, such a young age. Anyway, check out Turnabout Musical. Turnabout Musical, good.
I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
I was trying to get a good grade in being a witness. I think he deserves at least a gold star sticker, right? I don't know if he did a very good job, but he deserves a sticker for his enthusiasm.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
I'm never gonna say record right.
Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Perhaps it's the consumption.
So, the court has now heard.
Oh, I always forget how to say this word. It was pesky, right? We had to look it up on Kate's stream. Is it pesky?
Whatever of a case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the distance.
Thanks, Mads.
The only person in close proximity.
I got flirst paste.
The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today.
Phoenix, it's me. Remember Turnabout Sisters?
It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
World's worst plea deal.
I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence?
I love how he just looks at you like, motherfucker. Does that sound like a good idea?
Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is.
He's so... God, like, on a revisit, he's so confident. And it's not a good thing. Like Kazuma is really cocky about this. Like, he's right. He's right. He's so well-adjusted. He's so young to be so confident about this and to, like, poke the bear so much. He's wildly being rude at best. He's in danger at worst, you know? Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with proceedings. Surely things can only go up for him. Of course, he is a star student. He is caring and kind. He has worked so hard to become a lawyer at only 23 years old. 23? 22? 23? 23. Jesus. He is... There isn't a single person at Yume University who doesn't know his name. I'm sure things will only go up for him. He's clearly protagonist material, guys. He's clearly... Isn't he so main character? This is gonna be great. This is gonna be wonderful. Sure hope the narrative doesn't do anything weird.
Anyway,
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless.
what did I just say? Every main character in the Ace Attorney franchise is so young and are forced to go through the horrors. This is like the one series in Ace Attorney where I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, you know? Like, I think they should be on the younger end for the Great Ace Attorney because I just like the vibes of, man, our ancestors had to do some crazy shit at a weirdly young age. Yeah. Hey, do you guys hear that motif?
You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
I can be you are Engel or you are devil.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
Why was I about to read that as that dumbass young mouth of yours?
The prosecution calls its next witness. Says,
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. I am going to use that segue to go break for water, and actually hopefully break for the entire ad break. So I will see you guys back in a couple of minutes. I'll be back. Everybody hydrate or dehydrate. It's very warm out. Pretty much like everywhere from what I can tell. Yeesh. So everybody please stay hydrated and stay cool. All right, I will see y'all in a few minutes.
And we're back. And it's taken a second. There we go. I think it took a second for my lip sync to kick in. I need you guys to know that I walked into my room and I had positioned my windows in such a way, and also positioned my mic in such a way that when I walked back into my room, the only thing on my monitor that I could see was just Ouchie's face. Just Ouchie's disapproving stare from across the room. Anyway, I'm back with much water. Much water. And I messed with the thermostat again. Also, I only just realized my streambot is still doing the, what's it called? My streambot is still doing the investigations collection promo instead of the Great Ace Attorney one. So I'll have to mess with that later and see if I maybe set the settings up wrong. Also, there's the previously mentioned lawyer with a sword has sparked some discussion in the server. Apparently he has 2 black belts and still trains in karate sometimes twice daily, 6 days a week, which is crazy. How do you find the time, man? Anyway. Back to the Great Ace Attorney.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Good God.
Yes, sir. Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. And conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Correcta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
These are his saying words.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well?
Oh, Jesus Christ, it switched.
Are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
Cross-examination time.
Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
What the witnesses saw.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged.
Makes me giggle every time.
I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black-uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. There we go. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. The wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said Gomen Umf-chan to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. And when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave that restaurant. And I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Choked on my water. Sorry. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down just as I was picking it up. Well, if that's the truth. There was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Yep, somewhere. For some reason my brain said somewhere else. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now! Something very funny about me fanning myself and Ouchie fanning himself at the same time. I was like, oh.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Actually, nails, hair, hips, heels, edit, when. Does that not exist already? There is a nails, hair, hips, heels edit, and I don't remember who it's for. My guess is Van Zeek's. I've definitely seen it. No, I remember. It is Shamspear. Almost certainly it's Shamspear. Right? Like, I've definitely seen one for the Great Ace Attorney, and I'm like, it logically is one of the two of them. Or maybe Eggert. I don't know who else it would be. I guess it could be like whoever, but certainly the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Jesus. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the— oh shit. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic!
Boy next door.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly
Yep.
Objection!
God. I really love Kazuma Shogi.
The defense is oh fuck. Method acting. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding.
Very well. Sorry, I feel like I drifted past that too quickly. Kazuma is so commanding. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Is
All right. This is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you.
oh, I love Ryunosuke so much, man.
All right then. It's all or nothing.
I forgot how pretty the cross-examination cut-ins are for Japan's courtrooms. The little smack is so funny. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Let's see if I remember. He was eating a beefsteak. He didn't particularly find curio. Firearm was discharged. Oh, I remember. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. That's not right. I'm gonna press just for fun.
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet.
Sauce?
Who else do you see around here in black uniform, hmm? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits that description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me. Huh? What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing with my mind.
I love his confused face. It's really good. It's such a good expression.
In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record.
There we go. I did it on the first try this time.
And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it.
Happy Pride. All right.
Let's go back.
Gunshot to the chest. Or the photographic print that shows the victim got shot in the chest. I don't remember if it can be either.
Yes!
But we'll go with this.
What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. I clearly wasn't looking at the window correctly. Sorry.
What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
Ugh, it's so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. He's so rude. I love him so much. He's so rude. I'm gonna throttle him. Throw rocks at he. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? Biting.
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. My accent went somewhere. That there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant, yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
Yes.
But no, that just can't be. Sorry, I had to hiccup in the middle of that sentence. And why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Baby. Little baby.
What the... What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were...
Oh, baby.
firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
Oh. That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. He's being so calm.
Jesus. Yeah.
There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. And he said the name of the game. Woo! 23. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. And that's the end of stream, guys. We gotta go. We gotta leave. We gotta... But I definitely saw him. Roll credits. A university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yes.
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man? You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? It also gives a bit more of a reason, in a slightly more, perhaps grounded legal setting than mainline Ace Attorney. Like, it gives reason for nobody to be taking Ryunosuke seriously. He's not a lawyer. He's only 23 years old. And he's constantly screwing up right now. He keeps talking out of turn without, like... He just keeps talking out of turn. There's, like, it's extremely frustrating, so he's doing the, like, extremely human things. The baby's distracting. The extremely human thing of wanting to protest and, like, obviously, like, prove his own innocence. But he's talking out of turn. He has, like, no, he has no, like, respect for courtroom decorum right now. And he's in a room full of only members of the judiciary and the government and the military. And he's kind of the only person aside from the witnesses that isn't someone important in some way. And he's completely fucking it up. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Okay. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed. The Hoei era Koban. My prized coin. My prized corn. Is what I almost said. Do vocal warm-ups, guys. They help. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. If I die, I die, you know. Nothing could distract me. I have perhaps only just noticed that Korekata has a monocle. I thought he had glasses. Like 2 of them. Out of interest. Did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, woo, I said that weird. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something, or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think? Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Idol.
Baby.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. It's such a cute baby. Fucking baby. I love Ido. He's cute. He's so happy to be here. Look at him. Look at him. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. The testimonies are certainly okay. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takesuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Man, shut up. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? Ryunosuke, it's me. Believe in yourself. If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
The true culprit. Alright, even if what we saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. I just want to press that.
Yes!
No. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink.
Stupid.
So there you have it.
What? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
You think that says it all, don't you?
I got smaller again. Every time I'm ouchie. I keep hitting it on accident. Hold on. Alright. Oops.
Let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekta-san?
Sorry. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. Oops. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Call that a tiny Tsuchiauchi. Indeed, alone. Standing all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. What do you think, Ryunosuke? What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. No. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. Try to do what? What do you mean? Oh, you know. You can choose to either press or present against each of the witnesses' statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with Q. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. Sorry, the switch to the smile. Hello? Hi, Kazuma. The important point... Oh, God. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. All right, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. Okay. The pose that Kazuma does. Also, as a side note, I really love the transitions between poses in Great Ace Attorney. Like, the animations are so smooth and they look so pretty. Speaking of pressing tofu, I was at a kitchen appliance store the other day that had like really expensive kitchen gadgets that are unnecessary. And I don't mean in the like terms of like, I don't understand how I would use this. The reason I can't figure it out is because it's for somebody who is not me. No, these were like a lot of, this is a kitchen gadget specifically for like cosmetic purposes, it's just overly branded and so it's expensive. That said, one of the things I saw was a tofu presser, and I'm like, can you not just like get a paper towel and squeeze the water out of the tofu? Like, do we need an appliance for it? I don't understand. How much force do you need to apply to this tofu? Okay. Ah, no, go back. They did also have very many cute kitchen tools. Rich people need a special tool for everything. No, exactly. They did have a lot of like smaller gadgets that were like, I do want one of these, but one that costs like $30 less. It was really cute. Actually, they had a cute little kitchen gadget that would put like little shapes in either cocoa powder or like espresso powder on top of like lattes. So there were like different stencils on it. There was like a smiley face one and like a heart. It was really cute. It was way too expensive. But it was cute. Unless my only guess is that the tofu press gadget was for something that I am not like processing. Like, I don't know, like for me, I'm like, you just squeeze the water out of tofu with a paper towel, you know? I guess maybe if the paper towel like really grosses you out, but like maybe get like 2 cutting boards and you can achieve the same thing, right? Unless maybe it's a thing that has more weight to it, but then you could do like, I don't know, a very heavy cutting board. I don't know, I can't figure it out. Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think about pressing tofu that often. I just do it. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly. 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Order clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. The 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Ask for it to be submitted?
Yes!
Yes! If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
That's a really good bit. I really like that they gave Ouchie that line. Because one, it's funny, and two, it just really illustrates how busted the, the attitude to the youth, towards the youth is, even. Just how dismissive the people in power are to, a grown-ass man who is a lawyer. And also, how willing they are to trample over someone's rights. Right? Haha, right. Like Phoenix? Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Hey, you guys ready? You guys ready for... What we need right now is new clues. Wow, sorry. I like him. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right. I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt.
I feel like I asked this before, possibly even on a stream, but does anybody know off the top of their head what kanji is on Ouchie's fan? I can't remember. I feel like, I'm pretty sure it's a different one from the next game. But I'm pretty sure it's like judgment or something? Some value along those lines.
Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Koreku-san.
Guilty? Oh, that's funny. Guilty is really good. Okay. Let us look at the funny piece of evidence. Oh, can I not? Hold on. Medical report card from Hotel Clinic was found in the victim's pocket. Can it? Is this not where I'm supposed to do it? Did I mess up? Hold on. I thought for sure. I think we have to wait for them to tell us that we're allowed to look at it, right? Oh, yeah. I see. Sorry, I have to play this game like I'm new to it. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. You've gleaned some new information. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? He smiles so, like, he's like, he looks like he's just so full of joy looking at Ryunosuke. He has such a light in his eye. Sure hope nothing happens to it. What? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press spacebar, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use... to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD. Nothing bad will happen to Kazuma if I wish hard enough, guys. Guys, maybe nothing bad will happen when I play the Great Ace Attorney this time, right? Surely, on this, the like third or fourth time I'm playing through the game, it'll be okay. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press spacebar to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. So, partner? See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use WASD and spacebar to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Perhaps even every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Okay. We're gonna look at everything. I can't find anything out of place. Except that. This too is Hades Town. God. There's actually, I've seen a couple of Hades Town AUs for these two. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is the clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. I'm going to treat that statement like it was an extremely normal thing to say and move on. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Is that the same? Yeah. What a weird thing to say and just move on from. What an odd thing to say. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I'd imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. And I got an achievement for that because I forgot to do it on my first playthrough.
Oops. Skip through. Okay.
Open.
Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Folks. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? Folks. It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. It's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well.
Hey, for totally unrelated reasons, everybody should watch Follow the House of Usher on Netflix. If you are a fan of literature, particularly Edgar Allan Poe, it's very fun. It's a really fun watch. It's basically like it's like what if we Marvel Cinematic Universe? No, that's probably doing it a disservice. It's like Edgar Allan Poe Cinematic Universe, where yes, it's titled after Fall of the House of Usher, and the Usher family is the main focus. But each episode is a retelling of a different Poe story, and they're all interconnected. It's very good. It's also by the director that did Haunting of Hill House and Doctor Sleep, and what is the other one? Bly Manor. Yeah, which I haven't seen any of those, but I've heard good things. It's really good. Mark Hamill is there. He plays an absolutely terrible lawyer. It's great. It's really fun.
Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely.
Also, as far as like helpfulness of assistants go, I still stand by Susato is probably the most impressive assistant we ever get. But Kazuma is also a really good one, I think. He and Ryunosuke just have a really good dynamic as like co-counsels. I think this is the strongest example you get of an actual co-counsel. I'm really liking Apollo and Athena's dynamic too in Dual Destinies, but more for like the charm than like their competence as a unit, you know? These two are like probably the most effective as co-counsels, as instead of like assistant and lawyer. Like even more than I think Mia and Diego. And I'd say Mia and Diego are pretty solid. Oops. Oh, I did it on accident. Actually, out of curiosity. No, yeah, this is the same thing. I feel like there's a few of these where they change fairly quickly, but also Molar is mentioned. I wish I could fast forward, but I cannot. Hey, best friend. Hey, best friend. Hey, best friend, let's see those. Let's see those molars getting extracted. I mean, what? I love that the word molar is just like cursed to Ace Attorney fans now. Anyway, dining all by himself. No, he wasn't.
Yes!
Well, I think, what are you, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. Don't worry, I was thinking about molars too when you said, hey, best friend, good. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Kazuma, you need to stop being so enamored. It's a little hard to it's a little hard to progress the story when you look just so enamored. And you sound so proud. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right. And thanks for the advice. Oh, I love the deep breath animation. Correcta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Little slap. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. That's the wrong voice. No, it's working. It's fine. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
but that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil. Oh shit.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat. So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Correct, Hassan. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. There's more. Dear God. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted. and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner. He loves Ryunosuke so much, guys. Straight up, like he just does. What the hell? What the hell?
What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence.
Oh, I assure you, they're quite based.
You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? Jesus Christ, Kazuma!
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned.
Oh, you think you're so funny. You think you're so funny for that. He thinks he's so funny. He thinks he's hilarious. We got a comedian here.
Oh, I get him. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me. Victim himself, me, 2 witnesses, and as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
We snooze the ad just in case we wrap it up in the next, 2 seconds. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it.
Oh.
We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, the 2 witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the 2 of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield this power. Did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. We want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency.
Oh, there's another little bit. I thought that we were, like, about to wrap up. We're good.
I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I know nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all of this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Hazama. Professor Mikotoba. Ouchie, even though we said not that wasn't true. He's only 29? Bro. Oh, we didn't look at the... Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
I forgot to Phoenix write this.
Peacock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What if he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
We should probably look at it first. We should probably pull an ace attorney.
This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman that you say you saw here. Exactly. And that's not all. Look here with the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes. What of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke.
They're silly.
Aha! Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Aha!
Do I have anything else to say about it? No. Okay. I really like that this looks like it was like, I like how it looks how it's printed, you know? Like it's very clearly ink. There's little bits of smudges and whatnot. It's a little faded in places. It's pretty. Anyway.
Yes!
Yes.
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. The back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Oh, perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well. Unrelated to anything on stream, I really want soba right now. I had soba the other day with, Hi, Hosonaga! Inspector Hosonaga! I had, cold soba the other day with, like, it was with dipping sauce and with, what the hell is it? Sukiyaki beef. It was really good. And I want more. I had cold noodles earlier today, too, so I'm just like, I would like more cold noodles. Speaking of buckwheat, Hosonaga's talking. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. Hello, hello, I'm back and I'm greeted by Hosonaga! Yay! Welcome back! Hosonaga just showed up again. Excellent timing. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. My mom's cat Brindle is now watching. Say hi, Brindle. Hi, Brindle! Don't be shy. Send a picture of Brindle watching. Send a picture of Brindle watching in the Discord. I love that line so much. Your salary must be terrible. Undercover. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. Recently, even. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? Also, I gave Eugene shit for having so much gray in his hair and saying that was, well, how old is he again? Eugene is 42, and I said that was a rough 42. This is a rough 29. How much stress are you under, Hosonaga, and also why? I do love to see it. I love gray streaks in a character's hair. my favorite things to slap on character design is gray streaks in hair and facial scars. I love seeing that. That's a rough 29, dude. What has your life been? Man cannot wait to be a silver fox. He got a head start. He got a head start. That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. He takes his detective work very seriously. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Every time an Ace Attorney case says, anytime an Ace Attorney like character is like, oh no, but I assure you this is unrelated to the case, it's a lie. It's never been true. Likewise, the one time someone left a quote-unquote dying message in blood and it was important, it got wiped away. I mean, I'm graying now. Are you graying that much? Ace Attorney. Oh god. I sound just like Hosonaga. Genetics go crazy. Oh god. Ace Attorney ages are whack. Yeah, this is true. Nobody looks their age at all in Ace Attorney. Not to say it's not outside the realm of possibility, but that is two characters with a lot of gray hair. Juan Carita is 21. Juan Carita dies on my birthday.
That's my Ace Attorney fun fact.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court.
If I go for a doctor and I could look like that at 29, can I get an amen? Oof. Real as hell, Jupiter. You're telling me Manny Kochin isn't 65? Get out of here. Manny Kochin is crazy. Manny Kochin is one of the worst examples.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement.
Bro looks like a raisin at 30. Don't be mean. I mean, like, you're right, but like, damn.
Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected.
Oh, jump scare.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out.
The rumor come out. Does Kazuma Sogi is gay?
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once.
The rumor come out.
It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea.
I'm gonna pursue it. I'm gonna pursue it so hard there's gonna be a song called Pursuit about it. Oh, my lip sync turned off again. I wonder why it does that. Like, on occasion, the lip sync just sort of stops. Maybe if I... Pursuit, save me. Yeah, there we go. Save me, Pursuit. Pursuit, my beloved. The music in this game, my beloved.
The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man.
Exchange students, you say? Interesting.
I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
God, I I think I will have to make that first book club stream be about revisiting this case with knowledge. Because there's so much about Hosonaga I want to talk about right now that I don't want to lean too far into spoilers just in case someone decided to let this be their first experience with the game. Man. Like, Hosonaga seems so sketchy right now. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. Hosonaga being so underused in these games should carry a life sentence. I love Hosonaga. I'm glad he got as much presence as he did. I wish he had stuck around a little bit more. I understand it doesn't make too much sense to include him in the later cases. But I love Hosonaga. It's really funny, like, I know. My running joke with Hosonaga is that he's so bad at his job. Like, every single job he is assigned, he, like, completely fumbles it. Just completely does a shit job. But I love him so dearly. He's just, like, he just has a charm to him. I can't explain it. I really love him. I wish he was in more cases because he's so fun. I wish he was in a different disguise in each case. Literally. You know what would be a really good zine, actually, is like an Oops All Hosonaga zine that's just everybody draw him in a different outfit. No detective in Ace Attorney is really competent. You're right. That damn buckwheat allergy. This too is Yakuza 3. Anyway. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Josiah Brett. She is indeed a Florence student studying the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? Little idol. This too is Spirit of Justice, you're so right. Take one character from every case and just headcanon that they're actually Hosonaga in disguise. That's really good. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. I do think Hosonaga's consistent disguises are like, I think the bit is supposed to be a Sherlock Holmes reference because we don't really get to see Holmes in disguise as much. Pictures both Skulkin brothers. You got it, boss. Or Jim James and Mark streams. Yeah, I really love Hosonaga though. I think we should get more of these stupid little disguises. It's funny. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. That would be a really fun collaboration to organize, honestly, when I'm not doing 2 kerblillion other Ace Attorney projects. I'm like on 2 zines right now. But it would be fun to do like a big collaboration of like just everybody draw a Hosonaga outfit. It'd be cute. Hosonaga is secretly Baroque. That'd be a crazy level of performance. He would have to be exceedingly racist and also grow like 3 inches. I just realized as I was saying it that Hosonaga is actually fairly tall. Oops. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. I've never seen them in the same room. It's true. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, they would be friends. Just trust me. Based on, like, nothing. I think they would get along. And they both look way older than their canon age. It's true. Listen, we know what kind of stress Van Zeeks has been under. We know what kind of stress Van Zeeks has been under. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. Yeah.
But Your Excellency, no one could mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain.
Well, yeah, that's just because Baroque went through all that and Hosonaga eats something he's allergic to every day. That ages a bitch. It's true. Hosonaga doesn't even look old. His hair's just gray.
Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Which is really funny to say as a representative of, like, the judiciary is a branch of government. So it's really funny to say, like, I'm not gonna let the government influence the Supreme Court. Like, I understand this, I understand the sentiment, and I respect that. However,
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Jezzail Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
That means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem?
look at him. Look at his little smile. He's so excited to do an investigation. Good. He's so excited. Look at him. Doesn't he deserve a gold star sticker, guys?
Nothing will get in my way.
Arthur Conan Doyle, Sherlock Holmes reference. Saying this to the one person who definitely knows. God. Yeah.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jezzail Brett, to the witness stand.
He's my special little guy. He deserves the world. He does.
Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
He's so determined.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
And court is adjourned for a brief moment. To be continued. Oh, God. We made it. I think I timed that pretty well, actually. Let's save. I'm gonna save over the second slot because the first slot is my first playthrough. And I don't know about other people who grew up in the age before they autosave. Do you guys get, like, attached to, like, save files? Because I feel like I do. my like childhood Pokemon Platinum DS chip, I like did a very poor job of playing through it. So but I don't want to touch it because I'm like, well, I played that when I was 9 years old. That's my childhood DS chip. Yeah. For anybody watching Mark Otis streams, he's been saving every single time he saves, he makes a new save. Which is bonkers to me. I get so attached to save files. See, y'all get it. So this one will be the one that I do with you guys. You know, this first one was my first playthrough, but the second one will be the adventure that we go on together. Or no, wait. Oh, I saved the first one for this is the ending of the first game, the ending of the second game, and then the adventure that we go on together. Yay. Actually, how many saves does this game get? 20. Oh, yeah, we're fine. Oh, no. Don't continue. Don't continue. We gotta go. Hi, Kazuma. Anyway, we gotta go back to the menu. Back to title. Don't save because we already did that. Back to title. Don't save. Look at him. We'll look at him again, but next week. He'll be there. Don't worry. He'll still be there. Fear not. Can I make my model look into the camera like I'm on the no, I can only make myself like cross my eyes. Oh well. Anyway, that's gonna be it for the Great Ace Attorney today. That was so much fun. I'm very excited. I'm very excited, and I'm glad there was such a big like turnout today. I really appreciate that my running around like the town crier like really worked. So thank you everybody for coming by for my model reveal, and also for the start of my Great Ace Attorney streams. This series is very, very near and dear to my heart. It is my favorite piece of media on the planet, and so it was time. I really, really needed to play it on my channel and get to yap about it as much as possible. And as much as possible means like to the extent of having additional bonus streams to fit in extra content that are just about discussion. I'm very excited to do that. I'm still thinking about when to do those. Part of me just wants to do them like maybe earlier in the day, either before like these streams, but that might run long and I tend to eat dinner right before I stream. So maybe the day following. Not sure. I've yet to like decide. Possibly a weekday. I don't know. We'll see. The idea is that we have like a sort of like a review, like analysis yap session together after I finish each case. And like there's many ways to possibly go about that. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I would like to also ideally like sort of field questions for it if I could. Because sometimes people ask me questions during stream and I like to yap, but having them in advance might help me organize them a little bit better. Maybe I'll make a straw page or something. What else is there? Oh, yes. My chatbot caught it before I could. If you would like to catch up on my streams, if you miss a day, if you live in an inconvenient time zone, whatnot. What was I gonna say? You can feel free to catch up on streams on my VOD channel. I promise my investigations to finale will go up soon, as well as the first, feasible VOD for Yakuza 0. My VOD for Trials of Innocence is coming up soon, and of course the VOD for this. I feel like the middle of the week after a case is finished, so if you do them Saturdays, do a review stream on a Wednesday or something. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I stream Yakuza 0 on Wednesdays, but maybe a Tuesday or something. My one issue with that is that it's like less people will be able to make it, but I think maybe if I have the ability to like accept questions beforehand, or people are able to submit what they would like to see discussed, maybe it'll be a little bit more inclusive of people who can't make it. Yeah. Anyway, what else is there? If you haven't already, feel free to join my Discord server. Tons of discussion happens about the Great Ace Attorney. Definitely one of the largest pieces of brain rot in my server. There's also channels for the mainline Ace Attorney games, Yakuza, similar titles like Somnium Files, Persona, lots of stuff. We also have a books and movies channel where a lot of us have been talking about some classic books, in part to sort of offer more discussion to this game and to that like book club stream idea. I actually started reading Kokoro by Soseki Natsume yesterday, and I got hooked immediately. It's kind of crazy. I'm also in the middle of reading Dracula right now, and like, I don't know, I can't explain it. Kokoro just like stuck to my brain. It's good. I'm not even a third through it yet, but like, it's been a good time. It's been a good time. Anyway, yeah, join my Discord server. You can see things like that, as well as black belt lawyer who trains in karate 6 days a week, sometimes twice a week, and is swinging a sword in his lawyer billboard. What a guy. All right. What else is there? If you haven't already seen, I also have a main YouTube channel where I do things such as sing things sometimes. My most recent vocal cover is of Koi no Disco Queen from Yakuza 0. Check that out. I drew myself as a disco queen. It's fun. It's cool. It's also my first cover in Japanese on my channel. Yeah. My avatar, actually, my little model that you see on the screen was first designed for the sake of Utaita stuff. And then I tripped and fell down a hill that was labeled VTuber era. And now I'm here. Coming up this week, for the sake of I want to celebrate my model reveal, my model swap, as it were, and my new overlays. So I'm going to try and stick to streaming every day this week. I'm not sure if I will stick to that. We'll see what happens. But I've got some other games planned. For example, tomorrow is going to be, I'm going to start 999 Zero Escape. I have actually never finished it. I briefly started watching it because I was watching some people play it. And then I happened to fall off and just never picked it up back again. So I will be basically blind reacting to the DS version of it because a council of Zero Escape enjoyers in my phone told me that was the way to go. So we will be playing that tomorrow. Also, possibly, I'm looking at streaming a full Nihilist run of Cabernet. If you're not familiar with Cabernet, it is an indie vampire visual novel where you play as a newly turned vampire in the late 1800s in a fictional Eastern European nation. I think fans of this game will really like it. There's a very heavy literature focus, but also fans of Disco Elysium and Undertale might like it because of the sort of the way the RPG aspects take form. I want to do a full Nihilist run of it, so I thought it would be interesting to stream that. Brian David Gilbert is there for some reason. It's a very good game. You should check it out. Date Everything is also somewhat on my list. I'm not sure if I'll do that or not, but I need to play Date Everything, and I may as well stream it for y'all. Yakuza 0, as usual, is on Wednesdays. I'm dragging some friends into it. They're experiencing the series for the first time. Thursday, I believe, this week, there is a Capcom Direct, so I'll be co-streaming that kind of in the middle of the day. We can all put on our clown noses together for them to not announce Ace Attorney. But there is Resident Evil news, and I am interested in that. What else is coming up? Fridays over on Max's channel. Max and Cinna were on here earlier. I stream Dual Destinies with them. We have been exploring the entire Ace Attorney series together. My first impression of every game is with the two of them. And the two of them have very, very much more psychology education than me. They both have undergraduate and postgraduate degrees in psychology or related fields, and they get to see the psychic damage that is all the ethical violations that happen in Dual Destinies. It's a fun time, though. We're having fun with the case. Yeah, and then back on Saturday, I will be back here for the Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, okay, let's see if anybody else is live. Let's all be delusional and pretend that they'll announce something Great Ace Attorney related, please. Please, Capcom, it's the 10th anniversary. You can do it. Please. Please. You'll be so nice. Also, next week, I will be doing my next portion of this case solo. But the week after that, we will be closing out this case with our first guests. I'm really excited. I'm really excited. There's it'll be a fun time. It'll be a very fun time. All right, let's see who else is live, if anybody right now that I know. Ooh, it wants to load so bad. It wants to tell me. Who am I following? Who's live? Oh, KRA is live. Okay, we're going to go to KRA Cafe's channel. KRA is somebody that I met through Itasha Coffee, which is the coffee brand that I'm affiliated with. If you want to check it out, you can use my code to buy some waifu coffee. It's honestly very good. If you're not into flavored coffees, I got a testimonial this week that some folks that don't actually like flavored coffees really enjoyed Itasha's. And I can vouch for their flavors. It is my daily coffee these days, and I am a very big coffee enjoyer. I think this morning I had the raspberry flavored coffee. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. I would recommend the blueberry flavor if you're trying something new. It's my personal favorite. Anyway, so I met Carrie through Itasha Coffee, so we are going to go and raid her. If you guys want to stick around for actually the stream ending screen, I will play that, and then we will go to raid Carrie so we can look at the very, very pretty stream ending screen that Trav made for me. All right. The ad break is about to start in like 30 seconds, so I'm trying to wrap it up very, very quickly. But I had a very fun time. I will see you guys next week. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support today. Let's go. Have a good night, everybody. Stay cool and stay safe.